All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Court officer, could you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KAC BC 2020-04, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Peter Shala.
Thank you. First of all, I kindly ask the parties and Victims' Counsel to introduce themselves, starting with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office.
Good morning, Your Honors. Today for the prosecution, Lina Pedersen, our case manager, Giulia Bianchi, our legal intern, Filippo De Micis, Eva Viller, Gaia Pergolo, associate prosecutors.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning to Your Honours and to everyone. I'm Simon Laws, counsel for the victims in this case, together with my co-counsel, Maria Radziowska.
Thank you. Now, the defense, please.
Good morning, Your Honours. I'm Mr. Jean-Louis Gillissen, lead counsel. We are here with Mr. Peter Shala. And I am here with Eddie Awini, my co-counsel, and my second co-counsel, Ms. Leto Cariolo, and Mrs. Zeneta Petrovica, our case manager. And then we are here with Julie Hilly, evidence review assistant, Francesca De Castro, evidence review assistant too, Juliette Kolbe, evidence assistant, review assistant too, Ms. Julia Tepsi, it's an intern and it's a very important person today. That's our translator for Mr. Shala. And then we are here with Ms. Camille Gossot, an intern from France. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Today we start with the presentation of the evidence, especially the presentation by the specialist prosecutor, and today we will be hearing the testimony of the SPO witness number 8. As already communicated to you by CMU, we will have 3 sessions from 9:30, so now till 11, then from 11:30 till 1. We have 1 hour break. Yeah, and then we have a session from 2 till 4. Yeah, that's the idea. And the same goes for Tuesday and for Wednesday. And then on, we will see where we stand then. And on Thursday and Friday, we revert back to the original schedule of every time 1.5 hours. Yeah, that's the idea. Before we start with the testimony of the witness, the panel will issue 2 oral orders. The first oral order concerns the items that the SPO intends to use during their questioning of 3 of the witnesses whom we will be hearing this week. That is 08, 07 and 09. The SPO has requested to be allowed to use 2 newly disclosed maps. The request was made via email on the 21st of March last week at 6:06 in the afternoon. The maps were disclosed on the same day, shortly after, which was at 6:09 in the afternoon, which is disclosure package 110. The defense has responded on the 23rd of March 2023 via email at 14:42. It regrets the late disclosure it communicated to the panel. However, the defense sees their utility and does not oppose to the SPO request. And the Victims' Counsel has not raised any objections. For the following reasons, the panel decides to authorize the SPO to use the 2 maps during their questioning of the witness pursuant to paragraph 44 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings, which is filing 434. The maps were only recently created and were disclosed promptly thereafter. The Defense and Victims' Counsel have had sufficient time to study them. Their use will facilitate the witness testimonies, and the defense and victims' counsels do not oppose to the request. This concludes our first oral order. Then there is a second oral order which concerns the panel's direction in the decision on the conduct of proceedings, that the parties and victims' counsel shall indicate in advance any passage they intend to use with any of the documents longer than 2 pages when questioning witnesses. This is the filing 4 paragraphs 46 and 48. And on the 20th of March 2023, the defense requested the panel via email sent at 1943 to direct the SPO to indicate the passages it intends to put to the witness 8 and 06 from the documents it intends to use, which the SPO had not done. And alternatively, the defense requested the panel to clarify its directions in case it was misunderstood. The SPO responded on the 21st of March via email at 10:41 in the morning, and we ruled on the issue on the 21st of March 2023, also via email at 12:26. And the panel hereby puts its ruling on record, because you already know what we have ruled, but we want to have it in public and not only via email, of course. So we have to go to this formality, but it's important to have it on record and that everybody can read it. And we clarified that its direction applies to materials other than prior statements of the witnesses. The extent to which the parties and victims' counsel will use prior statements during their questioning, if at all, will depend, of course, on the witness testimonies in court. For instance, on the need to refresh their memory or to confront them with any prior inconsistent statements. It is therefore not possible for the parties or victims' counsel to foresee which exact portions of the prior statements they will put to the witness. And then 8 of the items that the SPO intends to use with witness 08 and 06 are written prior statements of the witnesses. And in line with the rationale I just set out, the panel saw no need to direct the SPO to amend its list of materials in relation to these items. There is one item which is not a prior statement, and that is ERR 061216 till 061218, red, appearing on the list related to witness 08. And the panel equally saw no need to order the SPO to amend its list in this particular situation, because the SPO indicated already in its response the passage it intended to use, thereby notifying the defense and the victims' counsel, and it's really not lengthy. So we don't see a problem in that. And this concludes the panel's second order. Lastly, one point I would like to discuss. Defense counsel, we have taken notice of your request for an extension of the time, filing 467. And now in this respect, I turn to the SPO, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you today in a position to respond to the defense request orally?
Your Honor, in light of the circumstances and of the hearings scheduled for this week, we will not oppose a reasonable extension that the panel may see fit.
Okay, that's really quick. That's, thank you. I will come to victims' counsel later on. There's nog a second point. Mr. Prosecutor, would it for the Specialist Prosecutor's Office be possible to inform the panel already at this stage when you will be calling witness 01? We know that based on the conduct of proceedings, it's not due yet, but it would be, it may be helpful to know in which, and it's not necessary to respond now, you can also respond later on, but it would be useful to know if you would be calling him or her already for the first week of May or at a later stadium. It may help in the assessment of the request from the defense.
Your Honors, I will probably get back to you with a bit more precision maybe later during this hearing, but we are not currently minded to call him in the next evidentiary block.
Okay.
Perhaps the one after that.
Okay.
I mean, most likely. So.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Victims' Counsel, are you in a position to respond to the defense request orally tonight? And I'm talking about filing 467.
Yes, we've no objection to that, Your Honour. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well. Then we can now proceed with the witness testimony. Court clerk, would you please usher the witness into the courtroom? Thank you. Mr. Witness, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I did not hear a translation, so
Yes.
now I'm hearing you. How are you, first of all?
I'm well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Today we will start with your testimony. And before we begin, I have several remarks. I will first explain the protective measures that have been granted for your testimony. You have been assigned a pseudonym, and it means that we will never mention your name, but we will only refer to you as Mr. Witness. In that way, we make sure that the public does not know your name. You also have face and voice distortion, which means that no one outside the courtroom watching the broadcast can see your face or hear your voice, your real voice, during the testimony. When you reply to questions that will not reveal your identity, we will do that in open session, which means that the public can hear what is said in the courtroom. When you are asked to describe anything that relates specifically to you or that can reveal your identity, we will do so in private session. And that means that there is no broadcast and no one outside the courtroom can hear what is said in the courtroom. And if anything is said during open session that may identify who you are, we will protect that information. Your testimony will be broadcasted with a delay, and we can remove any such information from the broadcast that can be shared and heard by the public and from the public transcript of the proceedings. Are the protective measures that I just explained to you, are they clear to you, Mr. Witness?
Yes, fully.
Thank you. Needless to say, I request the parties and Victims' Council to respect such protective measures, and we should all pay the utmost attention in the course of our examination to avoid disclosure of any confidential information. The hearing is held in open session unless otherwise requested by you, and then we will refer to private session. I also remind you to adhere to the procedure for in-court redactions, as set out in paragraph 53 till 55 in the decision on the conduct of proceedings. And if we all act diligently in this respect, we will have a minimal amount of non-in-court redactions, and that would be a good result. Very well. Mr. Witness, I turn back to you. You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the specialist prosecutor versus Pieter Shala to assist the panel of the judges to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the lawyers for the prosecution on your left side, nearest to the judges with the rope in purple. Yeah? The lawyers representing the victims admitted to to participate in this case. It's on your left side, nearest to you. They're sitting over there. And then the defense counsel of Mr. Shala and the defense team on your right side with the togas partly in red. Yeah? And by us, the judges of the panel. Okay? I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked. Yeah? Please, Mr. Witness, listen carefully to each question that will be posed to you. And if you don't understand it, please feel free to have the question repeated again. Yeah? We want you to tell the truth. We want you to tell us what you saw, what you heard, what you experienced or sensed yourself. Yeah? So if you found out in another way, please tell us and explain us how. And if you don't remember all the details, that is not a problem. It's perfectly fine to say, I don't know, or I don't remember. And you should not be guessing. Yeah? Please. Please answer the question. And if more information is needed or if things should be clarified, there will come a follow-up question and you will be given the opportunity to make it more clear if necessary. Do you understand all this?
Yes.
There's also some practical advice I would like to give you in relation to the answering of the questions, Mr. Witness. And that is that everything that we say here is translated, yeah, and recorded. So it is important for you to speak into the microphone, to speak clearly, yeah, and to speak at a slow pace. And this will allow the interpreters who are sitting upstairs, yeah, to translate, to interpret everything. Yeah? And what is also very important is that you should only start speaking when the person asking you the question has finished the question. And when a question is asked, you should wait 5 seconds before starting with your answer, because this will allow the interpreters to finish, to translate what you have just said. And if not, it will be overlapping. And it might be difficult at the beginning, but if it's going too fast, I will interrupt you. If I raise my hand, please stop talking. And sometimes I might ask you to take off your headphones, and then you will be ushered out the courtroom, because if there is a question with relation to the content of your testimony, sometimes we have to discuss it, and then it's better that you wait outside in order not to be influenced. Yeah. And if you have any questions, if you need a break, or there is something you would like to communicate, please raise your hand and I will give you the floor. Yes? Have you understood all this too, Mr. Witness?
Yes. Thank you.
As I must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read the solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the to give a false testimony within the jurisdiction of the Kosovo Specialist Chambers. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Assist the witness with his solemn declaration to tell the truth. Mr. Witness, please read the text provided to you.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
You are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of witness 08, starting with the question by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Mr. Prosecutor, I have noted that you have estimated 2.5 hours for your questioning of the witness. Please, if there are any changes, communicate it to the panel. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honors, we'll do our best to keep you updated with any change in our estimates, should there be any. So, good morning, Mr. Witness. As you heard from the presiding judge, you have been granted protective measures, which include the use of a pseudonym to protect your identity. So I will ask the trial panel to briefly go into private session in order to elicit your personal details. And then we'll move right back into public session and do our best. I will do my best to try to elicit your testimony as much as possible in public session. If we could move into private, Your Honors, briefly.
Yes. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
before we move back into a public session. Do you understand English?
I do understand it, but I do have difficulties speaking it.
Your Honors, could we please move back into a public session now?
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us back into public session, please?
Your Honors, we're back in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
Mr. Witness, are you a Kosovo Albanian?
Yes?
I will now start by asking you some questions about the period of spring 1998. So, you told us where you lived in May 1998. Were you living with other people at that time?
Your Honors, we're now in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. I would like to give some instructions to the witness. Mr. Witness, please don't give any information that can identify you or is specifically about you. So don't mention the town. Yeah? We all know now about which town we are talking, and there's nobody in the public gallery. So this will be taken out of the broadcast that will go to the public. So don't mention the town, and I would also not give specificities about how many members there are in your family. We know by the questions that were posed to you, and if you would like to have more information about numbers, I think it's better that then we revert back to private.
Will do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Then, if there are no further questions, then we can go back to public session. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us to public session, please?
All right.
Your Honors, we're in open session.
Thank you. You have the floor, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Witness, we both need to be more careful, and we'll try to. Now, you told us that you joined the defense of your village, and did the KLA point unit in that village fall under any larger KLA headquarters at the time?
It consisted of more or less 30 to 40 men.
And was it part part of an area where there was a higher command, or did it ever become part of a bigger KLA zone or headquarters, the village? Thank you very much. So the place where you lived in 1998, how far was that from Jablanica?
It was about 2 to 3 hours on foot from Jablanica, approximately.
Your Honors, could I please ask to now use the map that is on our list of exhibits, and specifically I'm referring to SPOE 003 30881.
Madam Court Officer, please proceed.
Very well. Now, Mr. Witness, do you see the map on the screen?
Yes,
In the information that we have, the place that we believe was the area where you came from, and we've placed a little marker there. Is that on the screen the place where you lived in 1998?
yes.
Your Honors, if it would be possible for the witness perhaps to, if we have the technology readily available, to circle the town where he lived in 1998 as it appears on the map.
Madam Court Clerk, could you assist the witness with a pencil to indicate where he lived, if he can do that? thank you for circling the name of the place where you lived.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Now, Your Honor, if I could please have the second map, which has the same ERN, but with a 2 instead of a 1 in the end.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
If I can have the indulgence for a moment, please.
Of course. We have a technical issue, so we will have assistance from the specialized unit from IT in order to see if we can solve it as soon as possible.
If Your Honors have a preference for that, I can actually also move on and perhaps do this after the break if the issue is resolved, whatever the court prefers.
I will ask Madam Court Officer, but I can, maybe if you want to call up more evidence and we have a frozen computer, then it's difficult to proceed. We will exercise some patience. Mr. Witness, we have a technical problem. Sorry for that. Defense Counsel, I see you standing. You will have the floor. Please.
Yes, sorry. With your leave, Your Honor, can we use this time to make a proposal, practical proposal? And I think I can make it in public. In order to
Before you make your proposal, is it a proposal that the witness can be present?
Yes.
It's not on the content of his of the testimony.
I will try to present the suggestion in very general terms, so I don't believe the witness has to be withdrawn.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were discussing this amongst the team, and we suggest that our colleagues from the SPO produce a paper in which a number of information about pseudonyms or names or places can be produced, which would be kept confidential, and the witness could refer to it in order to maximize the extent of public testimony without having to go back and forth. The paper or the document containing references could be kept confidential, and it could allow everyone to go into the certain details, especially when specificity is needed, without having to go into private session. This is a suggestion we put there, so if everyone can agree on the content, number of basic information we can use, but we put it out there. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. I will give the floor to Mr. Prosecutor and to Victims Counsel. They can react now on it, and if you would like to have some more time and to come back on it later on, that is also possible. Please, Mr. Prosecutor.
Your Honor, I understand we have endeavored to really restrict the parts that we will do in private session to names of towns or very specific information. I don't think that there would be much to be gained in proceeding in this way right now because of the really relatively small amount of information that I'm planning to elicit into a private session. Also, this is something which could have been prepared beforehand, but maybe perhaps not the most efficient thing to come up with this document and list now and proceed on that basis. We will need to probably interrupt the examination. And so I will endeavor to continue eliciting as much as possible in public, but we would not be inclined to follow that suggestion at this time.
Victims Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Having reviewed the questions that we may have for this witness, we think they can all be done in open session, public.
Thank you, Victims Counsel. I was informed that we can proceed. That's good. Thank you for your suggestion. We still have some time to go. I think that for an efficient use of the time we have planned for now, that we will proceed with the caution we all know that we have to take, that we have to apply. However, your consideration is taken on board, and we will see how it goes, and if there is any further need, because any suggestion to be as confidential as possible and to proceed as much as possible in public is welcome, but today for sure not. Mr. Prosecutor, I see you standing. Is that to proceed with the witness, or you wanted to comment on something I said?
Your Honor, I was going to proceed with the witness. Sorry.
Very well. Mr. Prosecutor, I was informed that due to the technical problems, the map with the place where the village lived was not saved with his markings. So the request is to redo that exercise. So I will ask Mr. Witness again to indicate where he lived with the pencil that will be given to him by court clerk. Mr. Witness, there has been a technical problem and your marking of the place where you lived has not been saved. So my question to you is if you can indicate where you lived on the map that is provided to you on the screen. Please proceed. Thank you, Mr. Witness. It will now be saved. Madam Court Officer, please inform me as soon as it is done.
We can proceed, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor again.
Thank you. Could I now request assistance of the court officers to put the next map, same year end, but 2 instead of 1 as last number on the screen, please? If the part of the map with the marker placed by the SPO could be scrolled further down. No, zoom out, please. And with this level of zoom, and the map scrolled down. Yes, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Witness, you've earlier marked on the previous map the place where you lived in 1998. Now, you told us that it was about a 2-3 hours walk from Jablanica. Now, do you see Jablanica on the map that is currently before you? And if you would like the map to be zoomed,
Yes?
please circle it, please.
It used to be called Jablanica, and now it's called Shchipony.
Thank you.
Microphone for Your Honor, please.
For the record, I state that the witness has put a circle around the name of the town in blue, and that will be saved now too. Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
Now, Mr. Witness, now that we've identified the place where you lived in 1998, you helped us locate it on a map, I'd like to move on to and talk about your father. Of course, we will be careful not to mention his name to protect your identity, and even not to provide too many details about the location where he did the job that I'm about to ask you about. But in the 1990s, what was your father's job?
From 1990, 1990 until 1997, he worked with the police.
Your Honors, I think we do briefly move into private session to ask a couple of more specific questions which could be identifying.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Mr. Witness, you told us that your father worked as a police officer until 1997. Why did he stop being a police officer on that year?
Because of the circumstances, war circumstances, the state, Serbia, the Minister of Interior, forced him to retire. At the time, the situation was not very good. I don't know what the purpose was behind this, but he was forced to retire by Vlastimir Georgievich, who was convicted for war crimes. And there is documentation testifying to this.
Thank you. And do you know the reason why this person forced your father to retire?
I think because he was Albanian.
Thank you. Was your father, by virtue of his job, a known person within the local community?
Yes, he was known, and you can ask the local community about his work. He was never accused by the community for criminal acts or for anything that would involve unlawful activity.
Did his employment in the police force affect in any particular way your family's standing within the local community, your relations with your neighbors?
Could you please repeat the question?
Did your father's work as a police officer affect in any way the relation that your family had with the local community?
Yes, it did. And I believe that was the reason why he was forced to retire.
Could you elaborate a bit further how his position as a local police affected your family within the community where you lived?
Within the community where we lived, everything was fine. In other words, he was in good relations with everybody in the community. He had good relations with school principals, with people who had responsible positions in the municipality. So he had excellent relations with everybody, and he protected the area of Dushkai. Nothing unlawful or illegal was committed in that area because of this his work, and that is why he was then forced to retire in 1997. He was dismissed.
Thanks for your explanation. Thank you very much. Was your father politically active in the 90s up until 1998?
He was not politically active, but as a family, and my father personally, supported the LDK, which was led by the late President Ibrahim Rugova.
Your Honors, could we briefly move into private session for a question or two, please?
Yes, Madame Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Did your father do any work with members of the LDK?
He spoke to them. He had excellent relations with them, the entire family. We were in the LDK. We also have the membership cards and the contributions that we gave to their work.
I will give the floor to my colleague for a follow-up question on this in this respect. Mr. Witness, my colleague on my left side will ask you a question.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Judge. Mr. Witness, I have just a simple question. From what you said, can we deduce that all the children from the different communities went to the same school? That's what you are telling us?
No, there were other areas, for example, in Jakova or in other municipalities, other areas. The school process was held in private houses, in churches, in mosques, because they were not allowed to go to school buildings, to state school buildings, whereas in Dushkaya area, all the educational process, elementary school, for example, in Bec, Mech, Jablanic, Jebel, Gërgoc, Kraljan, Tsërmjan, the pupils went to school buildings, not to private houses or mosques or churches. This is what I wanted to explain. This is known in our community. The entire community knows this.
Okay, so I repeat my question. Does that mean that the children from the different communities went to one school instead of going to different religious buildings? Is that what you are explaining to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
We're still in private session, Your Honor, correct? Yes.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Witness. Just one follow-up. You were telling us how this was the case in the Dushkaya area, and you listed a number of towns. You included Jablanica. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
One last question in private, then we can move out. So you told us that your family supported the LDK together with your father. Was this known within the community?
Yes. The whole community knows that.
Your Honor, I think it's now safe to move back into public session.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honors, we're back in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
Mr. Witness, you told us about the place where you lived with your family in May 1998. Did you continue living in that same house throughout the summer of 1998?
Yes.
For instance, in June or July 1998, you were still living in the same house where you lived with your family in May? Was that the case?
Yes.
Did anything happen to your family in May 1998?
Yes. In the latter part of May, as far as I remember, end of May, two persons came. Two persons from Yablanica, from the KLA, Hamas Ibrahimai. And another person also by the last name of Ibrahimai, Nasser Ibrahimai, came the first time. The first time, these two persons came to our house and spoke to my brother, allegedly, to surrender the weapons that we had for the village defense. My brother told them that my father was not there at that time. I met them on the street close to the house. And told them, when they asked me, they told me that we needed to surrender the weapons. However, I said that we need that to defend the village, and it is not sensible to surrender them. This was the order of Lahi Ibrahimai. That is what they stated.
indicate that we are 8 minutes to 11 for your planning purposes.
Thank you very much. I'll
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Witness, it's time for a break now. We will take a 30 minutes break. Madam Court Usher will be so kind to usher you out, and we see you back at 11:25. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well, we will resume in 30 minutes. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Okay. Welcome back. And before I ask Madame Court Usher to bring the witness back, I want to check the composition of the teams. I see the SPO is in the same composition. I see Mr. Prosecutor nodding.
Same composition, Your Honor.
Victims Counsel. Easy to see that. Yes, thank you. I see you nodding. And defense team?
It's the same composition too.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Mr. Shala present. Very well. Madam Court Clerk, could you please bring the witness in? Thank you. We will now resume with the testimony of witness 08.
Interpreters note that the transcript in the English booth is not working.
Please. Welcome back, Mr. Witness. Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Very well. I will liaise for a short moment with Madame Court Officer. Thank you for your patience. We will now continue. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor to continue with the examination of the witness.
Thanks, Your Honor. And I take it we're now in a public session.
Yes, we start always in public session.
Of course.
Mr. Prosecutor, excuse me. There's one thing I still have to say, which is a general remark for all of us. I was asked to confer to you to be very attentive with the button for the microphone. So when the witness is talking, please switch off your microphone in order to avoid that his voice may leak out. So it's important to be careful with that. Yes? Good. You have the floor, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, welcome back. Before we took the break, we were talking about, you were telling us about a time in May 1998 when a group of people came to your house. Some questions, some follow-up questions about that. The first one is, were these people wearing uniforms?
Yes, some of them. Some of them wore uniforms, and there were also some who had part of uniforms and some civilian clothes mixed, but in general with uniforms.
Wearing any insignia on their uniform?
Yes. The two that were in the courtyard, they had the insignia, whereas the rest that were by the fence, I could not see that. It was far, about 25 meters away.
What insignia were the two people who came closer to you? What insignia were they displaying the uniforms?
It was the KLA insignia.
You earlier stated that these people were armed, and I'm referring to page 32, lines 11 and 12 of the provisional transcript. You refer to a weapon for the destruction of the house. Could you clarify what you meant by that, please?
Weapon for destruction of houses is something that we called a grenade launcher. It is used usually to attack fortifications, buildings.
Now, thank you for that clarification. Still on page 32, in lines 1 to 3, you stated that this man talked to your brother requesting weapons, and he told them that your father was not at home. Were they looking for your father? Is that why he gave them, you stated that?
Yes. We hid our father in a room to avoid the worst that could happen.
And what did they specify what they wanted from your father?
We have an order from Lahi Brahimai to hand over your weapons and for your father to report to Jablanica staff.
Thank you. Did your father go with them?
No.
You have mentioned the names of two people who were part of that group. Do you know anybody else who was part of that group that day?
That day, only the two that were in the courtyard were the ones that I knew by name because they introduced themselves as people from the staff, from the headquarters. Later on, through neighbors, through information from former KLA members, I learned that there was also Peter Shala with the pseudonym Uiku.
Did you know Peter Shala at the time?
Never in my life.
Then please explain how did you actually learn that he was among the people who were part of that group? Starting by telling us from whom you learned that.
Since my father was held for some time in Kukas, in the factory, metal factory, iron factory, so to say. There, Peter Shala personally exercised violence against my father using electricity, baseball bats, axe handles, beating my father and the other detainees badly.
I understand. We will get to that later, but if you could more precisely answer my question, how did you learn that Peter Shala was part of the group that came to your house on that day in May 1998?
When they came there were some neighbors who asked them, "Why are you here? What are you looking for?" Those who were by the fence told them, "Go away." And the neighbors identified him there as Peter Shala. Later on, when I wanted to find out who that person could be, I was told that Peter Shala was the person with the rifle grenade launcher. So I didn't know him personally, but there were people who knew him and identified him.
Did you learn that so you told us that you learned from your neighbors that one of the people was Peter Shala. Did you learn that through any other channel, through any other person, in addition to your neighbors?
Through my neighbors and through my father and other people who were KLA fighters.
In fact, my next question was going to be, if you know how the people who told you, that's Peter Shala there, how did they know him?
don't know. Maybe it wasn't important to mention it at the time. There were other people maybe of interest for the investigators. There were other trials, so this could be one of the reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Now, you told us, you were telling us what Peter Shala told your father at the time. And Your Honor, if we could briefly move into private session for a little follow-up, I think that would be safe.
Madame Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please? Thank you.
So we're now in
Your Honor, we're back in public session.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Prosecutor. It appears earlier on our transcript than it is said.
we're now back in public session, so we'll both be careful. So now we go back to this incident when people came to your house. We've discussed it at length. What happened after these people came? You told us a weapon was given to them. What happened after that?
After that, they left towards Jablanica. We were aware that the situation was not good, and we left the entire family to go to Jakova.
So if I understand you correctly, after that incident, your family left the house where you were staying until May 1998 and moved to the town of Jakova. Is that correct?
Yes.
After this visit that your family received, did you move out of the house?
We left the house on the same day.
How long did you remain in Jakova after you moved there?
We stayed in Jakova in a private apartment. We paid for it, and we stayed there until the massive expulsion of the Kosovo population by the Serbian forces towards Albania. This was at the end of March, late March, 1999.
Thank you. There was one question which relates more to the previous incident that I forgot to ask you, so I'll just go back for this one. In your answer, try not to provide any detail which may identify you. To the best of your knowledge, why was your father and your household targeted on that day?
We did not allow him to go outside the house to avoid the worst that could happen.
And to the best of your knowledge, why were these people looking for your father on that day?
The general staff can know the answer, and they evoked Lahi Brahimai. They said, we have orders from Lahi Brahimai.
Thank you. Now, you just told us that it was about the end of March 1999 when your family moved away of Jakova and went to Albania. Is correct?
Yes.
Decide to move to Albania at the end of March 1999 and leave Kosovo.
The bombing started, and the Serbian forces persecuted the entire town, and we left in the direction of Albania in long columns.
to. Could you please elaborate?
Yes. The incidents happened one after the other, involving my father and another person called Lyochka, who was wearing a wig, wanted to abduct my father. First pretending to look for a family, but later on asked him to get into the car. It's between walls. The street was between walls, and it did not allow for any way to escape that problem. The four persons came out, all of them were armed, and told him to surrender because he was being arrested. My father said to them, "Do you have an arrest warrant, an official?" They told him, "Shut up, you are being arrested." And we again had a scuffle with them, tried to protect ourselves, and the owner of the house told me to go and get my brothers and my cousins. I went to the house where we were staying to seek help. But my father was abducted by these four persons One of them was Bashkim Lama, the one who took part in the previous incidents with a wig. But on that day, he was not wearing the wig. He did not have any hair. He was bald. And his nickname was Lyochka. Bashkim Lama knows that better. Who they are, who sent them there, who ordered them to go there. Because this wasn't something that was done legally, so there was no arrest warrant. So he was abducted forcibly.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I'm going to ask you just 2 or 3 questions in relation to, as a follow-up to what you just told us.
Mr. Prosecutor, would it be better to go into private? Just depending on what type of questions you would like to ask.
I think that at least the first 2 questions I can ask them in public session, Your Honor, and then we can proceed.
Let us go into private session just for 1 moment.
Yes, yes.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private?
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. The name Lokka is in the indictment redacted. So I would kindly ask you, Mr. Witness, in public session, it's better that you don't use that name, and also not the name of Lama. Yeah, so we can only say that. So if you think that you cannot answer the question without mentioning those names, then you ask me or the prosecutor to go into that you cannot say it, and then we go into a private session. Yeah? Okay. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us back into public session, please?
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you just told us about this time during which you were present, and your father was abducted. Now, page 50, line 14 and 15 of the transcript, you stated, when my father was abducted by 4 persons, allegedly from the KLA, that is how they introduced themselves. So, did anybody from the group announce that they were members of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Yes. Bashkim Lama.
And, very well. Were they wearing any uniforms?
They were wearing black clothes, black t-shirts, all 4 of them.
What distance were you from this group of people as this situation was unfolding?
I was together with them. I was resisting.
You had physical contact with them?
Yes.
Could you see if they were wearing any insignia?
Well, in those moments, I recognized one person.
people, maybe.
I recognized one person, but I don't remember anything specific. But they introduced themselves as being from the police, that he was being arrested, and such things.
So did they introduce themselves as being from the police or from the Kosovo Liberation Army? Just for my clarity on this.
The KLA police.
Thank you. And now, just for clarity, was any of the people involved in this incident also involved in any of the previous attempts that you told us about? Those attempts that eventually led you to move out of the house where you were staying, without making any names. Was anybody involved in the previous attempts?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we just go into private session quickly? Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
They took the statement. I was present, given statements. They reached to patrols in the field. I heard them communicating through radio communications, and that was all. There were no results that came from that.
And did you personally see these marks that you're now describing to the panel?
I saw all of them personally.
Did you notice any other change in your father's appearance in addition to those you have just described to the panel?
I noticed the physical changes, the weight loss.
Now, what we have just discussed is what you saw upon your father's return from this 13 days absence. You've told us what you've personally seen. And in this regard, before we move on, I'd like to ask you, who else was present with you when your father came back?
The entire family except for one brother who was in Kosovo.
Now, after having asked you what you noticed from your father's appearance upon his return, I'd like to ask you if your father ever shared with you or with other members of the family anything that had happened to him during these 13 days. Did your father at any point tell you what had happened to him?
Yes.
And how long after his return did he begin sharing this information with you?
The following day, because he needed to recover, because when he was brought by the intelligence service, his condition was terrible. But he didn't say anything. We all saw them ourselves. But the following day, he started talking little by little. He told us of the horrible things he had experienced there. He was held for 2 days in a center in Ramallah, and 2 days later, he was sent to Cooks at the metal factory. And there, a violence ensued that you can never do against a human being, not only against my father, but also against all the detainees that were held there.
You told us that your father, upon his abduction, was taken to a place that you have referred to as Ramallah, I believe, and thereafter he was moved to Cooks, correct?
Yes.
You've generally described the conditions, and you have made reference to all the detainees that were held there. Now, my question is, how did you learn that there were other people? Did your father tell you that there were other people detained with him during that time?
Yes.
Are you referring to Ramallah or Cooks?
Cooks. I'm referring to Cooks. But such things happened also in Ramallah, because when my father was sent to Cooks, he was escorted by 4 persons, or he was with 4 detainees. He was the 4th detainee. According to my father, there were 4 of them.
Do you recall if your father, as he was telling you about his detention in Cooks, did he name any of those people who were detained with him? Did he provide any names, or did he refer to them in any way?
Yes.
And do you recall here today the names of any of the people who were? Your Honor, perhaps we could move into private session before we continue with this question.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, you may proceed. Mr. Witness, we are in private session now. Yeah?
So, what names or what details do you remember today? I understand that a lot of time has passed, but what names do you remember your father told you were the people detained with him?
Related to the persons that were detained there, those are Sabit Gete, Jemshid Krasnichi, and Peter Shala.
Now, I should be more precise. You earlier told us that there were other detainees there. So people that, like your father, were detained there. Do you recall these people who you've just mentioned now? Were they detained in Cookus like your father? Were they prisoners?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so your father was kidnapped and deprived of your liberty, and you told us earlier so I'm reading page 59 of your testimony, provisional transcript, number do this part in public session?
Yes, we will. Mr. Witness, be careful not to mention any names you have just been mentioning in private. So you can give a description but not mention names. Madam Court Officer, could you please bring us into public session?
Your Honours, we're back in public session.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Mr. Witness, I apologize for the interruption, but I thought that it was important for this part to be said in public session. So I will repeat the question. Do you recall any details that your father told you about the mistreatment that he received at the time at the Kukas Metal Factory?
Yes. He was hit on the head with a handgun. He was burned by cigarettes. The cigarettes were put out on his body. He was electrocuted. They used baseball bats, blunt instruments.
Did he tell you if this happened once, twice, or more?
This happened up until he was brought back home by the people I mentioned earlier. This happened regularly during the entire time that he spent in this improvised prison.
Was your father questioned during his time in Kukas?
Questions, 2-3 words. You killed 100 persons. They would tell him, you raped. Questions? Questions that they knew best. And confession. They would tell him, here, sign that you've killed this many persons. And then my father told them, just bring one to face me and then I'll do that. So they wanted to force him sign a confession about something that he didn't do.
Earlier, just a few seconds ago, you told us, and we will now repeat them in public session, the names of some of the people who were detained with your father. Did your father at any point mention the identity of those who carried out these mistreatments and interrogations?
Yes.
Do you recall these names?
Yes. Sabit Getzi, Jemshid Krasnichi, Pieter Shala, together with others, whose names he did not know.
Excuse me.
Yes, no, I see, but I want to take care of this first. Defense counsel, before you take the floor, is it something that I need first to escort the witness out?
No need, Your Honor. No
Okay,
need.
then you have the floor.
Yes, just as a point of clarification, we had from the incident that everybody talked to this series of questions, and Your Honor asked the witness to mention it, but it's not present in the question. The source of the information, we are having information. It's difficult for us to cross-examine when we don't have the source of the information. Is it personal knowledge? If it's not, what is the source of the information? There's been a number of questions and answers where the source of the information acquired by the witness is not clear. And this last question and answer is an example where we have one thing and the opposite.
Thank you. I'm not getting your question. What is your concrete question in this respect?
Can we have the source of the information when
But
there...
that, for me, it's clear who was the source of information. Although we are now getting into the content, so I have to ask the witness to go out, but then I will answer your question in order not to influence the witness,
Yes.
because this would be my interpretation. Mr. Witness, we will ask you to leave the courtroom just for 2-3 minutes to discuss something. Madam Clerk Officer will escort you out.
All right, thank you.
I will give Mr. Prosecutor the floor to answer your question, and then I can
May
add
I
to that.
complete it
Of
so
course,
not
of
to be
course.
misunderstood? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Apologize for everyone.
No
Sometimes we have a
apologies.
story, but we don't know who is telling the witness this story. He says this happened, and the last question and answer is we have 3 people mentioned as detained and then as perpetrators.
Indicate the lines for me.
Yes, sure.
But to put it bluntly, I think that the source of information is the father. That's how I have understood it till now. Nothing different. I think that the prosecutor asked, what else did your father share with you? Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor. At the end of page 58, beginning of 59 of the provisional transcript, I asked the witness if his father ever shared with him or any other member of the family anything that had happened to him during those 13 days. I believe also earlier I made a distinction between things he had seen and things he had learned from his father.
I want the 98
So what flowed from there, to me, it was clearly a story that he learned from his father, a story that he started to tell approximately 1 day after he was brought back. I don't know what other source that could be.
Defense counsel, does that clarify the question you, or the concern you had?
Very well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Madame Court, oh, you are still standing, or is this, okay, no, okay, good, thank you. Madame Court Clerk left us. Oh, I see that Madame Court Officer is phoning her, thank you. Thank you, yes. Have a seat. Welcome back, Mr. Witness. Thank you for your patience. We will still have some 10 minutes more, and then at 1 o'clock we will take a break. I will give the floor back to Mr. Prosecutor to continue with his examination. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Witness, earlier, when we were talking about the time that the KLA came to your house in 1998, I asked you how you knew that Peter Shala was among those people. You told us when in Cooks, Peter Shala, and I will provide a reference later, Your Honor, I don't have it readily available, but we'll provide it, that Peter Shala himself told him, it was me at the time, or better, why did you not come out at the time when we looked for you? Now, did Peter Shala tell your father that at this time, when he was detailing Cookers in 1999?
Yes, that's correct.
Did your father specifically tell you that?
Yes, my father personally.
Are you certain about that?
100%.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Witness, we discussed your father's abduction. You told us the state in which you saw him when he came back. Now, you've also told us what your father told you upon his return. Now I'd like to discuss another issue, and I think we're coming towards the end of my questioning. How did this event affect your family?
Very badly. It had a very bad effect.
Would you be able to elaborate a bit further for the panel? And I understand that it may not be easy, but to the best of your ability.
It was full of emotions, concerns, how to continue further. Everything looked bad. My father's illness, up until the day he died, everything was bad.
You told us about the physical injuries that your father sustained and that you witnessed during his detention in Cookers. As his son, did you notice if he was affected in the spirit as well, psychologically, by that experience?
Yes. And not only him, the entire family suffered such consequences. The entire family.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. Your Honors, I see that the time is now 5 minutes to 1 p.m. We're close to the break. If we could take the break now, that would allow me to confer with my colleagues during the break to see if there's anything else we would like to ask the witness before we finish our examination in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Could you indicate how much time you think you would be needing after the break?
Your Honors, I think no longer than 10 minutes.
Good.
15 at the latest,
Okay.
but maximum.
Good. Thank you for that. Then what we will do is we take a break now for 1 hour. And I see you back at 2. I think that's the most, yes. The most easiest thing to do. Madame Court Usher, could you accompany the witness out? Mr. Witness, we will take a break for 1 hour. We will be back here at 2, and then we will continue with examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office for a short while. Then I will give the floor to Victims' Counsel, and then I think we also will start today with the cross-examination by the defense. So that is how this afternoon will look like. I wish you a good lunch break, and take some rest, and we see you afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. I am ready for everything.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. Composition, let me see. SPO, are you, Mr. Prosecutor, are you in the same composition?
Yes, Your Honor, same persons.
Very well, I see for the Victims' Counsel.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Defense Counsel.
It is the same, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Before I usher the witness in, I would like to discuss 2 things. One is with regard to the public and private sessions. We have discussed it within the panel, and I think it's best that we only do in public session if we think that there is no risk. And I know that it's a broad criterion, but we have had too many in-court redactions this morning in order to proceed in that way, and we must be sure that we can keep up and that we don't miss anything. So I have a preference that we go more into a private session. I appreciate the effort very much to do it more in public session. It's a desire the panel has as such, but I think we should try to do it now differently. That, but if we can be in public session, please proceed in private session. That is also for you, for the Victims' Council and for you. The cross-examination, I prefer to go in private than going back and forward, because I realized that it's not always difficult and not always easy also for the witness to realize when we are in public and private session. So a slightly different approach. What we will do now is we will continue with the SPO and the examination by the SPO. In the meanwhile, I received notice that the Defense Council will propose an extra item to be put on the list to be used to examine the witness. Is that correct? Yeah. Before we enter into the examination, I would like to discuss this, to see what this is about. So I would like to give you the floor, the Defense Council, to give reasons for this extra item you would like to put on the list, and then I will give the floor to the SPO and to Victims' Council to hear their views.
Yes, Johanna. I pretend that the witness committed a mistake today. It's an important one about electrocution and the place where some electrocution took place. And in the statement we would like to use, if it is necessary, this is a statement of the father. The father explained perfectly well where this electrocution took place, and it's not in Cook's and not with Mr. Shala. That's why I would like to avoid an error or a mistake, because every one of us, everyone who reads the case and the files, are perfectly aware about this mistake, and it's in the interest, that's what I pretend, of the truth, to correct this mistake. Thank you very much.
Okay. I was put on notice that the information has already been shared with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office and Victims' Council. Is that correct? So the number of the document.
Yes, Johanna, we did it.
Okay, good. Mr. Prosecutor or one of the colleagues, please, you have the floor to react.
Your Honor, I have to admit that I haven't yet been able to pull up the document because I realized the notification as soon as I entered the courtroom. And right now I'm having some difficulties in pulling it up in legal workflow here. I will do my best, but if I could get back to Your Honors with our thoughts on that after we finish our examination, I will have no more than 5 minutes. Then while Victims' Counsel is examining the witness, I can look it up and be ready perhaps after that to make submissions.
Very well, and if necessary, we could also take a 5 minutes break, although I know that it's not easy, but we could also wait a little while before you look at it. And the same goes for Victims' Counsel. I will ask you to give your view, and if you need in some way, some time, then please let me know.
Thank you.
Good. Then, Madam Court Clerk, could you please usher the witness in? Welcome back. Please have a seat. Can you hear me?
Yes.
As I said, welcome back, and we will continue with the examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, and I give the floor to Mr. Prosecutor.
Good morning, Mr. Witness. I only have a couple of questions left for you. And, Your Honor, I think we can do this in public session. At page 58, lines 6 to 14 of the provisional transcript, which is what was recorded of your testimony this morning, you talked about the conditions of your father when he came back, when he was brought back to the place where your family was staying in Albania. You listed a number of conditions that your father displayed, and you stated he had wounds on his head, he was not washed, not cleaned, his burns on his chest. Do you recall any other detail about your father's general appearance and condition upon his return after being freed, in addition to what you told us?
Well, he was unclean. The blood had dried on his forehead, on his head.
Thank you. And this was my first question. Now, the second question that I have is your father, you told us, you told the panel, how your father described some of the mistreatments that he received while he was at the Cookers Metal Factory. Did he did he tell you anything about the conditions in which he was held, such as the place where he slept, the food he received, this type of information? Did he share that with you and the family?
Yes. It was a room that had 3 windows with metal bars but no glass. The room was concrete, had concrete floors, some had some mattresses to sleep on. They could not wash themselves, and they all stayed in the same room.
Thank you. I will just confer with my colleagues briefly. Your Honors, we have no further questions for this witness. This concludes our examination in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Before we proceed with the examination by the Victims' Counsel, Mr. Witness, I have one question to you which I already would like to pose to you, and that is the following. At the incident where you shared with us that there was a person with with this machine you said that could destroy buildings. That person that you indicated that you later heard that his name was Mr. Shala. Did you see that person back then? I mean, did you see that person?
Yes.
After so many years, could you still describe him, how you looked back then?
The person was far, but the grenade, I saw the grenade launcher. It was being held by the first person close to the gate.
Yes. But could you give a description of that person?
I only saw the person at the time because he was behind the fence. I could see the head, but the weapon was standing, was on the wall. It was ready to be shot.
And so, do I understand you well that what you are telling me is that you could see a person, but because of the distance, you find it difficult to give more details, or any details?
Yes.
I leave it for now with what I will have a follow-up question, but I leave it for now here. Thank you. Victims' Counsel, it's your turn for the examination of the witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honour. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. As you know, my role in this case is that of Victims' Counsel. I want to start by just clarifying one matter with you, please. For how long was your father a policeman?
Uh, 35 years. Until 1997.
I just say, the reason I ask that is because at page 23, line 8 of the transcript, we have an entry saying that he was a police officer from 1990 to 1997, and I knew that wasn't right. An error has crept in somewhere, so that we're all aware of that. It was not 7 years, was it, but many, many years. It was his whole career as a police officer, was it not?
His entire career was being a police officer from the beginning.
Victims' Counsel, apologies. Victims' Counsel, could you please, when you are not asking a question, switch off your microphone? Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Witness. Please proceed with your answer.
Yes, since he was young, his occupation was that. He started when he was 23 or 24 until 52 years of age, approximately. He worked 35 years. He worked as a police officer for 35 years in the former Yugoslavia.
Yes, thank you. I want to move on to the topic of the effect that this abduction and mistreatment had on your family, all right?
Yes, the effects were great, with lots of emotions. My father had trauma.
Please continue.
It had an emotional effect. My father had psychological traumas. He was destroyed because of his detention in Cooks.
What was it that you noticed that had changed about him?
The changes, of course, had an effect on his illness. His health deteriorated, and so on. He was ill from time to time until he was also he was blind. He lost his sight because of it, because of his detention at that camp. How he was before the war. His condition changed dramatically afterwards.
Thank you. I just want to ask you about one other aspect of this. during the time that he was detained, the 13 days that he was away, how were the family affected by his absence?
Return to Kosovo, we were under surveillance. Who were we talking to? So we were under surveillance the entire time.
And so that we're clear, the reason that you think people were watching you was what exactly?
I believe that because Anmik came, they were afraid that we will make statements to tell the truth.
And my last question for you, sir. How do you feel about what happened to your father now? How is it for you to live with it?
That something bad happened to him. And of course, that had a bad effect on him. To him personally and to the family, it had a bad effect. And life in general, afterwards, up until now, however, I came here to tell what he told me and what I also said, what I also saw, because I was most of the time present with my father, except for the days that he was detained. I wasn't with him. But in all other incidents, I am the person who was always close to him.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel. Mr. Witness, I have one follow-up question with regard to a question asked by Victims' Counsel. And that is, you said you felt under surveillance, that they were watching you. And Who was watching you? Can you name them?
Yes, they're groups who were afraid because of what they did during the war. They were afraid that we would give statements related to what happened to my father.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. We will now proceed with the examination by the defense counsel. But before that, we have to give an oral order. But before I give that oral order, we have still to deal with the request of the defense to add one specific document. And if I got it right, I look at the defense now, it's a document that was also on the list of the SPO. Okay, now I think it was, but I will give the floor to Specialist Prosecutor's Office and to Victims' Counsel to hear their views on this addition to the list. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Your Honor, the specific document, we have no objection to the defense use of it in cross-examination. I am not certain it was on our list of exhibits. Nevertheless, be that as it may, we have no objection to that, Your Honors.
I will check that, but you say that it's not on your list. It's just to be sure that the panel is aware of the appropriate document.
Your Honor, I think that the information the defense maybe...
If I could provide some help.
What I do is, I think I have a preference to go into private for a moment,
Yes.
just to be sure that we don't reveal any confidential information. And I will be very careful to see if we don't discuss anything that should not be heard by the witness. But I want to avoid that you have to come and go. So let us see. If it's not necessary, I try to keep you here. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Okay. What I see now, thank you, Madam Court Officer. What I see now is that it was a different day. That could, yes. And I see the defense nodding. Is that the point?
I can confirm it's not in the list. We check, we
Okay.
commit the same mistake because it's very close, but it's not a good one.
Okay.
So it's not in the list of the SPO.
No, but it's another day. That
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it.
exactly.
It's another. It's the same trial, but another day. Good. I heard that you said that you did not oppose to the document as such, and then...
Correct. We have no objection to the defense using that document in the cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay, good. Thank you. Victims' Counsel.
No objection from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, good. That is clear. Then, it was not really necessary to go into private. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us back into public, please?
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. I will first rule on another issue with regard to the list of the defense, and then I will come back to this one. Okay, our oral order is the panel notes that the defense intends to use during its examination of the witness newly disclosed material. This is item ERN DPS 00065 till last numbers 68. which was disclosed on the 24th of March 2023, disclosure package 113. The panel notes that the defense has not sought leave from the panel to use this material and reminds the defense of the panel's direction in the decision on the conduct of proceedings, filing 434, paragraph 44. Be it as it may, the panel notes that the material is limited. The SPO and Victims' Counsel have had time to study it. We did not hear any objections in this regard, and we authorized the defense to use the material during its questioning. And we will also authorize to add the material you just proposed to add, which we have now discussed. And the panel clarifies for the benefit of the parties and Victims' Counsel that you are expected to disclose any material that you intend to use during your question at the latest by the deadline set by the panel for the submission of your respective list of items to be used. And any material that is disclosed the day the list is submitted to the panel or shortly before qualifies as material that is not disclosed previously within the meaning of paragraph 44. So everything what has been done before, but if it's just the day before or the day on, we would like you to request leave. You must seek leave from the panel to use such newly disclosed material with the email with which you transmit the list of items you intend to use to the panel. That's the idea. And you must also include this material, even if we have not granted yet our permission or not, on the list of items, so that we have them all together. And also in your presentation queue. Yeah? Even if the use, as said, is subject to the panel's authorization. The panel will rule on the request prior to the material intended use, and this is no different than what we already said in paragraph 44 till 49 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings, but we were under the impression that it needed some clarification here in court, so therefore I am explaining it here again, and I hope that now the procedure is clear. Yeah, and if there are any further questions, then please. I will make a round, if that's okay.
Your Honor, with regard to the pictures, we have raised no objection because there is some indication in the legal workflow description of what these pictures are. But I would hope that if counsel intends to use them with the witness, that some more clarification as to what these pictures actually depict is provided.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, is there something you would like to add to the clarification we just gave?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I saw one of the defense counsel standing, please.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the clarification. In light of the clarification, since we might use the same material, which is newly disclosed, with other witnesses coming very soon afterwards, would Your Honors expect a request for leave to use them?
Yes,
or,
yes.
Okay.
Because if not, I think it's going to be kind of confusing, and we don't have to spend too many words on it if it's not problematic, but it's good to just put it on, or to do it in court, or to send an email, because normally we would need to have it in the list and in the queue, the
Yes.
witness, the list, the queue for presentation here in court. Yeah.
Okay. We will make that request after.
Okay.
Court.
Very well. Then the moment is there, and we are in public session. The moment is there, defense counsel, that you are given the floor for a cross-examination of the witness. And Mr. Witness, it's now defense counsel who will ask questions to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. I am Mr. Jean-Louis Gélissen. I am the defense counsel of Mr. Shala, as you know. And in this court, the witnesses are called to testify on the oath. That's what you made in the morning. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. Don't be afraid, there is no trick question. I would like just to say that the purpose of this question is to better understand the statement you made and to clarify some of the points you raised to avoid any misunderstanding of your explanation. Therefore, if you don't understand a question, don't hesitate to say it. I will try to rephrase it or to repeat it properly. Thank you very much. So I think we could try to be in public session for the first question. I would try to manage the question, and it depends on the answer, of course, as you said, of the witness, if we have to go back to open session or to closed session. So, Mr. Witness, this morning you explained you lived in a village. You provide us with the name of the village in your grandmother's house. So, are you able enough to explain us what surrounded this house, this property?
You mean what was around the house?
Around the property.
On the day the house was surrounded, or when? I don't understand. Around the house there was a fence. It was not a wall built of bricks, but it was a fence. And two persons were inside in the courtyard, whereas the rest were behind the fence, on the outer side of the fence. The distance between the house and the fence was about 25 meters.
Could you make a sketch of the house and the property, including the fence, with the road just in front of the house, to permit us to try to understand exactly?
Is that possible? I'm looking at. Is that possible to have the witness make a sketch? Court clerk, could you assist the witness with trying to make the sketch and then on the screen? And I'm going to ask Mr. Witness if it's clear for him what the defense counsel has asked him to design. Do you understand what the question is of defense counsel?
Yes, I understand him. I think he is asking me to draw the house, the fence, and the road leading to the house. This is approximately a drawing showing the house.
Mr. Witness has made a digital drawing of, on request of defense counsel, and I will refrain from describing what exactly is other than 3 houses, a road, and something that could be interpreted as a fence, because it will be part also of the record, this design. But thank you. Defense counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. I suppose the line I see under the sketch is the fence. You have the road first and the fence. Are you able enough to quote it, 1 on the road and 2 on the fence? Thank you very much.
Plus the road to the house.
Yes, it was my question. I suppose this is the entry of the property, I suppose. Yeah.
It's from...
Yes.
Now let me see. I see a 1, I see a 2, and yes, now I see also a 3, and the 3 was the road to the house. Okay.
And according to you, the distance between the house and the fence is almost around 25 meters, you say, I think so.
By the fence.
I am asking about the people who saw them arrived. You say your mother, yourself, and brothers, 2 brothers, You were 4 persons to see them arrived?
The whole family was in the house, my father, my sisters, but myself, my 2 brothers, and my mother went outside. We asked our father to stay inside so that we could talk to them first to avoid anything bad from happening. So we talked to them. They took the handgun and left.
Yeah, but first you saw them arrived. What do you see? What did you see at this moment? They arrived by foot, by car? How do you say about that?
They came on foot. 2 persons came through this road and were here in the courtyard, whereas the rest were here by the fence on the side of the street, on the outer side of the fence.
Mr. Witness, for the understanding of everybody present, you said twice here, but I cannot see where the here is. So could you put a cross where the people were standing near the fence, and 2 crosses where you said you were standing outside? Thank you, Mr. Witness.
So we know perfectly well, you explained perfectly well, that 2 persons came inside the courtyard. And can you say the people who didn't enter in the courtyard, what did they do while the others enter your property? Are you able enough to show us where they were on the picture or on the sketch you made, and to explain what they made?
It is my understanding that he put a cross where the people were standing near the fence.
Only one, and we know that there were a lot of persons. I want to know if they were a group on this place, or if they took place, I'm sorry to say that, but an army, like an army.
Mr. Can you indicate, where the people were standing near the fence? And how they were positioned?
They were positioned, all of them, from here to here. Here, there was the person with the grenade launcher, and his hand was here on the fence. Here were 2 persons, and here above there were 10 to 15 persons. 2 walked through this road and came in the courtroom, and we communicated with them, whereas those by the fence, they covered this whole area. And all the weapons were directed towards us.
Defense counsel, I think that in order to make it clear, and I will leave it to you because it's your examination, and I can always take over, but that we work with codes because now we have some dots and crosses, but that is not sufficient for a later moment if we would like to use it in any way.
So I would like, did anyone enter in the house itself?
No. Entered the yard. This road inside the courtyard is a private road. It's in the property of my family. It's our property. So they entered our property, and the fence itself was our property. They had therefore entered our property.
It's very clear, thank you very much. Are you able enough to put another cross on the position you had when the person came to the courtyard and into the courtyard?
I propose to use number 5, because if not, we have too many crosses. Could you indicate with number 5 where you were standing? Although I think you already told us.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Prosecutor.
Perhaps the witness could remove, but...
No, then it's better that if it's on the content, it's not a problem. If you have to discuss something, but then I will usher him out.
Well, I think there's no damage in it. I understand the witness has already indicated his position on the map by...
That's what I was saying too. The 2 small crosses on the right side, I understood that the family members were standing there. So my proposal would be to indicate that with the number 5, because that's what the witness said. And then I would like to, because I don't want to get to another topic. So, Mr. Witness, where were you standing? And can you indicate that with number 5?
Here.
Can you put a 5? Okay. Maybe you can put the 5 a little bit more below, then I can see it better. Yes, thank you. Defense counsel, allow me to clarify some other points because I don't want to leave them in the air.
Yeah.
The person with the rocket grenade, where was he standing? I think I know, but I don't want to put any words in your mouth. Can you indicate that with 6? Very well. Yes. And the people who were standing next to the fence, you indicated 1 cross, but were they standing all together or were they distributed over the fence, along the fence?
Here, from here up to here, so starting from here to here, along the entire fence.
Yes, we could indicate, if you put at the cross at the left side, a 7 along the fence. Yes, and then a 7 at the beginning, to where they were standing. Okay, and then I put here on record that between those 2 7s there were people standing. Is my understanding correct? I see you nodding. So,
Correct.
Defense counsel, you have the floor again.
Yes, and I would like, because I saw the cross, but we have to know where was your mother and where were your brothers on this sketch. It says the same.
When we came out to the courtyard, my family was there. Here, here, and here, and also next to the number 5. Whereas the locations marked with X are the 2 persons who arrived. There, we spoke to those people. We had a scuffle until they took the handgun, and as soon as they got the handgun, they walked away. My mother told them that we will all go to Jablanica the following day.
Yes, but this is not my question. I would like to know the place occupied by your mother, please, and then by your brother.
Mr. Witness, can you put an 8 and a 9? An 8 would be for your mother and a 9 for your brothers. Yes.
During this time, we also moved around the courtyard to the left or to the right because we were just before an attack.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You're doing a very good effort. Thank you.
And this is very clear. Thank you. Now we have a full vision of that. Oh, I would like to present to the witness the document code DPS 000 65 66 67 and 68.
Yes. Defense Counsel, we will first save this drawing and we will give the court officer time to take care of that. And then I will allow for the other document to be pulled up. Thank you.
Mrs. President, the pictures are confidential, I think, so it's better to go to private session, to closed session.
No evidence is being broadcast, but thank you for making this request. Madam Court Officer, as soon as you are in the position, please bring us into private session, please.
So, Mr. Witness, do you recognize this place?
Yes. This is where I lived. I lived there 8 years.
And this is the place we are talking about?
Yes, this is the place, exactly the place we are talking about.
Thank you. And I would like to know if this is the fence you were talking just before, we see on this picture.
No, this picture is from a later, but the fence that we had at the time had wooden planks. This is a recent photo from after the war. It was not like this before the war. This picture, depicts the location after the war. I believe this is from many years after the war, 7 or 8 years after the war.
Defense counsel. Mr. Witness has said this is where I lived. I would like to clarify before we continue with the questioning where it is where he lived, because I see several houses and I can interpret the picture, but I prefer that it is indicated clearly what he means. Madam Court Clerk, could you please assist the witness, Mr. Witness again by giving him a pencil? And Mr. Witness, could you indicate where you lived?
We lived here. This is our property. That is the neighbor's property. And this is also neighbor's property. So the fence that you see here now used to be a wooden fence. It wasn't with barbed wire, and this fence as well was also with wooden planks. The neighbor's house. Number 4, also neighbor's house, but now it's a wall here, but in the earlier period, this part here, the road here and here, there was some sort of a border, a division between us and the neighbors, and this was the road that was leading to our house.
Microphone, please.
Put a 6, please, where the road used to be. Thank you. And let me see, because to avoid or to clarify, we have next to the road which you indicated with 6, a 4, there was a fence. We have in the front part of the picture a 4, which was also a fence. And there is a third 4 at the right side of the picture, indicating, if I'm right, both the house of the neighbor and where the fence was? Am I right?
Yes.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, I think I have exhausted for now putting of numbers on this picture. Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. Please, you have the floor. And if you would like to add something, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Witness. It was a delicate business to make. It's difficult always to make such a sketch. I understand it. I fully understand. So, you explain us, you recognize the Ibrahimi brothers, two persons who enter in your courtyard.
Defense Counsel, I don't think that that has been said. Not at all. Mr. Prosecutor?
No, if I may, just as a general practice, if we could provide references when putting back to the witness previous evidence, that would be helpful also for us to be able to follow.
Yeah.
I can rephrase. It.
Yes, but the point the Mr. Prosecutor is making is correct, and I think you owe me a reference, still one. But yes, it's very important to have a reference when you refer to parts of the transcript, because then we can right away look it up and confront it with what you're saying. Yeah? And I don't think that the word brothers were used.
And it's better to ask to the witness, did you recognize the person who entered in the courtyard?
Yes. They were not brothers, but they had the same last name. Nasser Ibrahimi and Hamas Ibrahimi. They were not brothers. Both from Jablanica.
Thank you. And I would like to know, did anybody recognize any of the armed persons present in this incident, other than the Ibrahimi person we were talking just before?
No, because some of them were covered by masks, some of them had hats. You were not able to identify them there and then. Apart from the persons who entered the courtyard. At the time, I'm referring to the time when these two persons came into the courtyard, not the others, only these two I was able to identify.
Thank you very much, and I would like to know if during the incident, someone was able to recognize some person who were on the road near the fence.
Apologies, Defense Counsel. I don't know to which incident you are referring. I didn't hear the rings incident.
The incident of the day.
Ah.
Yeah. The incident of the day.
So I would always allow, I would have a preference that you say, this morning you said, and then you repeat what he said, and then you have your follow-up question. But I prefer that we don't do a double exercise. I'm under the impression that we are doing that now. So please proceed.
Don't worry, I think we have a misunderstanding because, Mr. Witness, this morning you explained us, you received some information about the identification of the person who were on the road with the launcher, with this terrible gun. And I would like to know in which condition you received this information, this identifying information.
Defense counsel, could you clarify for the witness what you mean with in which condition? Because I don't understand what you mean with in which condition.
Oh, the witness explained that him and his family were not able to recognize anybody.
Yes.
So someone else recognized or pretend to recognize the guy who were, or the man who were on the road, and I would like to know how happened the things. Who, when, which reference, to understand the processes of the identification.
Yeah. This morning we have gone into that, but I will allow you to proceed on this line because it's important, but I think it's better than to use these specific steps. Who, when, because that's easier for the witness to give an answer on.
So, Mr. the witness, I would like to understand how you receive this information. First, from who? From who?
This information, we received this information from my father, who was detained there, where the person admitted everything while he was interrogating him, beating him. He told him that he was at the house. He said, "Why didn't you come out when we were there?" And that was when he was held at the metal factory in Cooks. He said that himself and the neighbors who lived close to us, because he operated in the Dushkai area. But I came to know who Uyku was, his first name, last name. And we received the accurate information, but first of all from my father, to whom he admitted while he was exercising violence against him, inhumane treatment.
Yes, I would like to receive an answer to my question.
Defense counsel. No, yeah? I will now stop you here. I'll also be referring with the colleagues. This has been, we went into this morning, and then you can cite the passage, what he said this morning, but now you are
Incident we are talking about, your father was able to recognize this person identified as the one we are talking about, Mr. Shala, Ushku, Yushki, I don't.
No, no.
Feel also some defense counsel. Before I give you the floor, Mr. Prosecutor, that is not what the witness has said. And the witness has said some, I don't want to read it out to you again, but the witness has said very clear when this information was communicated to him by his father to him. That's what he has said.
Yes.
Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Your Honor, I was objecting to the question, which seemed premised of something that the witness did not say today. He said that his father was in the house as this incident unfolded. So he never said that the father recognized the man. He said that something else that happened 1 year later, but I think the question was ill-posed and could risk misrepresenting the evidence of the witness today.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Defense counsel, I propose that from now on, when we discuss matters with the witness and we are referring to what you have said before, we cite the information and then we can go back to that specific information. You have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to make sure I understand correctly. Based on what did these unknown people identify Peter Shala? Based on what?
Your Honor, again, objection.
Please.
They've said it. I mean, this is information which we have elicited from the witness, so we can go back and then we can further elaborate on that information. But this is a de novo, asking again a question which the witness has already answered.
Defense counsel, this morning he said that he was given this information by the neighbors, yeah, and by his father. What do you want to know more?
I would like to understand how these people during the incident were able to recognize, to identify the one who named, we don't know what, Peter Shala, Ushku, Ushki, we don't know. That's my next question, of course.
But I will, if you want to know this, I can ask a question to the witness, but that can be much more straightforward, in my view. Mr. Witness, do you know how it was that the neighbors knew Mr. Shala?
He operated during the war in Dushkai area. In Rashkot, he stayed in Rashkot in Sirmian. And he was known in the region of Dushkai with the nickname Uyku.
Ask your neighbors, yeah, how they knew Mr. Shala.
I asked, and as I said, he operated in Rashkot, Sirmian, Yablanitz, in these villages, but because we didn't know him, we didn't know who he was, he told my father, while he was beating him in Cooks, he knows that very well.
But what the defense counsel would like to know, and I'm going to repeat it only once more, if you know how your neighbors knew Mr. Shala. And you told us, yeah, he was known in the area. So you think Now, was it that you think that they knew him because he was known in the area? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, he was known by the nickname Uyku. However, the primary source is my father, because he said that to him when he was being kept in Sahan, in Koks. Afterwards, I also spoke to people, because he spent a lot of time in Rashkot, Sirmian, and Yablanic, and the people came to know him. Maybe even during there, when they saw him then and there, they didn't know him. But in the meantime, they learned who Uyku was. I was interested, I asked.
Yes, I would like to understand the day of the incident. You received some identifying information.
That is not defense counsel. That is not what the witness has shared with us. That's not. He has said that only afterwards he received information about some of the people present, and that 2 persons, yeah, he recognized. That's what he said. Nothing more, nothing else. And yes, so don't put words in the mouth of the witness. He has not said.
I would like to know which identifying information you receive. A name, a nickname, a description. What did you
But no, but
receive?
that is not, he did not receive on that day any identifying information. That's not what the witness has said.
That's what I try to understand. Who, we didn't know, what, and then when.
But I must say, I don't understand this question at all. Mr. Prosecutor.
If I may, on the what, again, this information was provided by the witness today. I specifically asked him to specify what names he received. He gave us certain specific information. Now he's trying to ask again the same question. So it's
I would like to understand what is the first identifying information received. A name, Mr. Peter
to know regarding what had happened to my family. So I was interested in every detail. I wanted to find out every detail.
I would like to know if it is in the same time, or almost the same time, you received the information from the neighbor. Was it after the war or before the end of the war?
After the war.
That what you are now giving follow-up questions is from the provisional transcript, page 39, lines 10 till 14? Because we did not receive any reference up till now, and it's important to give the references.
That's sure, and it is.
Okay. For next time, I prefer that the defense gives the references and not we.
I would like that the witness will be able to could be able to see the other picture. We have 4 pictures. That's almost the same picture, but we see the road. This is the good road. This is the place where the people, or the armed people were, Mr. Witness.
Can you pose an open question, defense counsel?
Yeah? Is it the road where the armed person were present?
Mr. Witness, where were the armed people standing?
Here, along this barbed wire, but at the time it was a wooden fence. From this house here up to here. Microphone, please.
Ask Madame Court Clerk again to assist, although I see that Mr. Witness has already marked with 2 numbers, a 1 and a 2. Can you indicate what you mean with the 1 and the 2, Mr. Witness?
Number 1 was with the handheld grenade launcher. Here there were other soldiers, and number 2 is for the last soldier, so to say. Some were with masks, some were with hats, so along this fence here.
For the record, I state that the X's are persons who were standing there. Yes.
Yes.
You have the floor, defense counsel. Oh, please, I see that Mr. Prosecutor is standing.
Just one detail. At the beginning, I said that we would appreciate some details on these pictures, like, for instance, some details on when they were taken, who took them, any information that might assist us in following better the questioning. For example, when the pictures were taken would be of assistance.
Those are 2 questions and relevant one. I'm sure that the defense counsel can answer them.
Yes, I will provide you with the exact date. It's almost mid or the beginning of March, but I have to check the date. And indeed, the witness is right. It's a very new pictures.
March which year?
Of this year. Of this year.
2023.
Yeah, yeah.
And they were taken by whom?
By our investigators in Kosovo, yeah.
Will that for do? I'm looking at the special
Yes,
prosecutor's
thank you very
office.
much.
Yes,
That is-
thank you, Defense Counsel.
It was my pleasure to answer.
We have public in the public gallery. We are now in private session, so we are careful, but it's good to know that when we refer to a public session, we have to be very careful.
So I have to ask a question about someone I prefer to go
We
to
are in
closed
private
session.
session, so we can
Okay.
we can remain where we are.
Yes, Mr. Witness, do you recall anyone by name of Lai Ibrahimaya?
Yes.
So, who was he? What kind of information can you provide us about Mr. Lai Ibrahimaya?
Lahi Brahimai, to what I know from information, was commander of the Jablanica staff, or commander of the general staff of the KLA. One of the commanders of the main staff.
Yes, and what was the relationship between your family and Ibrahimai family?
There was nothing bad between us. There was no problem between us. At the time when I heard his name through these two persons in the yard, that Lahi Brahimai said that you should hand over the weapons, that he was in Jablanica staff. So this is what I heard from them.
Yeah. And what can you tell us about the Lai Ibrahimai mother's death? Do you have information about that?
I have no information about that.
Thank you very much.
Defense Counsel, before we proceed, I would like to put on record, because we did not do it, and we must do some record keeping, that the second picture we showed and where the witness indicated the numbers 1, 2 and the crosses is ERN DPS 00, and I think this was DPS 00066. Nee, 68. This is, or 6 is. Madame Court Officer, could you?
8.
Yeah? Are we sure about that? Okay. Okay, 6-8. So that's on record. And the other picture we have shown was. No, it's no.
6-6.
6-6. That's what I say. I said 6-6. Yes.
Right.
No, 6-6. Here. Okay. Good.
I think we have 2 more additional pictures.
That's good, but it's important that we are clear in our household keeping of documents. Yes. Sorry for interrupting you, Defense Counsel. You may proceed.
Yes, I would like that the witness could see the 2 other pictures we provide the court with.
Madam Court Officer, please proceed. And for your information, Defense Counsel, we have 10 minutes to go before it's 4 o'clock. Time passed by quickly this afternoon. And you have used, at 15:45, you had used 1 hour and 5 minutes. Please proceed.
I would like to know if Mr. Witness recognize this picture or the things on these pictures.
Yes. This is the kitchen, this with the semicircle, and this is the sitting room, the main living room. But you can see for yourselves the condition it's in. Maybe you can still use it, but for animals. So it used to be a place where you could live, but now it's it cannot be used for animals.
Just for the record, we are looking at picture DPS 00067, and I think that for the future it's good, Defense Counsel, you mention the number, and then you proceed with the question. That will give more clarity to our transcript.
I'm just wondering, Your Honor, if it's still necessary to remain in private session, unless since the pictures are not being broadcast to the
I will thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. The initiative, in principle, is with the defense counsel. What kind of questions do you foresee that you will be asking?
Just to see the last picture.
Yes, and do you think that we need to do that in private, or can we do that also in public?
I prefer in private session.
Okay, good. Because the last question with regard to the picture we just said could have been done in public also. So we have been talking about the kitchen and the semicircle and the main living room. I mean, that's nothing. That has nothing to do with something confidential.
This one is 68, DPS 00068, and I think it's better to see it. In private session.
Please proceed.
So I would like to have an answer from Mr. Witness if he recognizes the place. Is it the same place that we saw on the other pictures?
Yes, I recognize it. Here, on the front, is where the fence was, the main road, and that's where the soldiers standing behind the fence.
Thank you very much. I have one last question before the break, with your authorization, my honors.
Yes, but for me it's not clear. On this picture, Mr. Witness, could you indicate with a 1, and Madame Court Clerk is so kind to assist Mr. Witness, could you indicate where your former house was situated?
You cannot see the house from this picture, but it was somewhere here where I marked it with 1.
We're looking at the fence. That's the idea.
Yes.
So the fence is where we see the car. The fence was, I should say.
Yes. Was. It was a closed fence covered with wood.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Yes, Defense Counsel, I understand that you want to swap to a new topic, and taking into account that it's now 4 o'clock, and I agreed that also with the interpretation unit that we would call it today at 4. We already did half an hour extra today from the normal schedule. So we will be adjourning the hearing for today, and then we will continue tomorrow morning with the cross-examination by the defense. Yeah. So I will thank everybody for their participation today in this hearing. I want to thank the security and the interpreters and the stenographer and the stenographer for NCMU for their assistance. Mr. Witness, you will be escorted out now. We will continue tomorrow. It has been a long day. Thank you. I must remind you that you should not discuss anything you have been sharing with the court today with anyone. Yeah. I would say take a good rest, and then we will continue tomorrow with the examination, the cross-examination by the defense. Yeah. Thank you. Madam will escort you out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Clerk. Is there anything you would like to raise still today with the panel?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Victims' Counsel?
No, thank you.
Okay. Defense Counsel?
No, thank you very much.
Okay. Then we will resume tomorrow morning. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.